$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, we have entered into a very special time, very dangerous time for most, glorious time for some. Time they've been waiting for. Some say 50,000 years, some say 35, some say 6. You've been waiting a long time. Some say 5. But now we've come to the end. A long journey, terrible journey. Some say a righteous journey. Depends on your perspective. So it depends on how you end up, what perspective you're going to have. Everyone's not end up in the same place. You say, many was called, but few was chosen. Said many left out, but only few returned. Many left out, but only a few returned. Mighty few. They said to be, I think, if I got this quote correct, it said, it'd be so few, especially men. I think they say 7 women would take hold of 1 man. Let's get that quote right. Because I can hear now, oh man, you're talking about polygamy. You don't know about the Crimson Wars. Let's see if we get this quote right. No, I said it wrong. Yeah, that's right. I said it right. Yeah. All right. Just the quote. It depends on translation. I'm not going to examine translation, but just one translation from the New International Version. That day, 7 women will take hold, 1 man and say, we will eat our own food and provide our own clothes, only let us be called by your name. Means only a few men going to be alive. There'll be 7, well, there's 7 women to each man. Keep telling people this is a critical time. It's not something to play with, but nobody seems to get it. And the reason why so little men, because they didn't get prepared, they was lost, because they would not be lost if they had been prepared. Because it says, if you apply this knowledge that the covenant gives you, no weapon will prevail against you. No, you will not be forsaken. You'll be successful. They're going to harm you. So how so little men? Because they didn't take all that. If they didn't get the information. Why didn't you get the information? Because some people are blocking it. And then maybe some of those that have it are not giving it. Okay? Because that could not be true. Men, according to this information I'm giving you, took hold of this mission, applied it. So a lot didn't. So you have to ask, why? Who would prevent them? That's what it's telling you. Apparently the women did. Maybe that might be what that means. You could mean also a few other things also. Scarcity of men. Remember, these are the saints you're talking about. People inherit the kingdom. They ain't talking about people in hell. They're talking about the saints. You know why? That's what we're talking about there. The elect don't have that problem. I tell you, all this book is about the NOI. I keep telling you, it's all about who? You know why? We call Nation of Islam the Levites. So much, just about everything they say there, they're the Levites. You can't move them. So it says it's going to be so bad. Only, well, you might say 1/7. The men, you might look at it that way. So in other words, if you got 7 men, only one. If you got 700, right, only 100 going to survive. 600 going to be slaughtered. Won't make it. These women are so desperate, they say, you ain't got to provide for us. We'll provide for you. Men be so free to be begging the men. Take all 7 of us. Remember, it's the women that calling for this. Not the men calling for polygamy. It's the women that's causing it, calling for it. I keep telling people, they got all backwards. They think the men call for that. You know, during Prophet Muhammad's time, they had to force the men to take multiple wives because they was in wars all the time. There was so many men left, and there's a lot of women. So that was one of the obligations of the men. Check it out for yourself. They had to take, that was one of the obligations. They didn't ask for it. Okay, you got these widows out here. Their husband lost in battle. Who's going to take care of them? So you got to y'all got to take care of them. When you get some knowledge, you read history, then you can talk. But if they're talking, what the hell they talking about? Like this Clown Sunday. I don't know if it's worth repeating. But somebody did something. I had noticed it. I recorded the whole thing. I haven't had time to go over it. And I'm not going to go over it. I can't go over that. No, 2 hours. I think it went on. But he made a statement there that someone who is, not even a person, gorilla would look at him. What? You want to get a gorilla say what? Gorilla say what? Let me hear what that fool said. He says, a woman, I'm paraphrasing, a woman, she doesn't realize she's pregnant for weeks or months afterwards. So since she didn't realize she was pregnant, I mean, God the one that did it. What? I just heard a call from the jungle. I heard a big loud cry. What? A bunch of gorillas. What? Say it again. I mean, it's really incredible. And they won't take this $5,000 because they're well aware of it. Because it's true. But see, you don't know the background. And they really taken advantage. Most people had no idea, had no knowledge of Elijah Muhammad. I was there. So they say things and they say that's what Elijah Muhammad taught, and they didn't. Nothing to do with that nonsense they're talking about. They put words in his mouth, but you can easily prove their lies. Move on, brothers and sisters. Says a woman didn't know she was pregnant for months. That means God was the one that was doing all the work in the womb. So in other words, once she realized she's pregnant, she's in the womb doing it. Oh. And see, that's one of the reasons why I don't want any followers. Okay? Because I can't allow that kind of dumb shit to come in, to be associated with this message. This message is pure as perfect. And they would love nothing more than have people come over here and talk like that, so everybody can see they're as dumb as they are. We're even dumber. And like I said, well, since you have no idea what's about to happen, you really don't. You don't know. You have no idea who I am. You just don't understand. You know, I have to be what I need to be to get the job done. So right now, I'm a messenger. But Joshua turned from messenger into a warrior. They had a different attitude once he became a warrior. He made an adjustment. As a messenger, you have to certain things. I don't want any followers. I don't want followers. I really do. I never did, never want. How you don't follow? Well, I'm not here to get followers. Followers is trouble. I'm not here to number trouble with followers. You got a baby, you got to change the diaper. I don't need to have time for that. We're at war. So if you didn't come prepared to battle, then just get out the way. I get distracted by you, get my head blown off. You know, when you're on the battlefield, you got some people out there that don't know what they're doing. They call it friendly fire. You know what friendly fire means? That means you got killed by your own people. And that happens a lot on the battlefield. Somebody's scared, don't know what they're doing, and they start shooting. They start shooting anything. Somebody close eyes, just pull the trigger. So afraid. Called friendly fire. Look it up. I'm not making it up. I don't need that. Our people's lives at risk here on the line. You got this, say he would make war with the saints, this mouth. And anything, all you got to do is take any slight research, I mean, there's a minimal research show that he's a liar. So the people that's with him, they don't understand. A lot of people with him are Wallace's people anyway. You don't know the history. They couldn't make any money off Wallace, so they wouldn't got Farrakhan. So they don't, remember, they Wallace people, that means they don't believe anything Elijah said. But they want to live off of Wallace, Elijah's people. I'm going to explain in a minute. So if you're going to, I mean, you know, if you want to catch fish, you got to put a worm out there. Got to get some worms first. I mean, if they're getting the worm, they're getting about to be getting, and then they're getting the worm, they're about to be getting eaten. So the thing is, they have to go in that. They're going after Elijah's people. They have to say, well, yeah, put Elijah's name on the hook. But they don't believe a damn thing that Elijah, because if you listen to what they say, they don't believe anything Elijah said. Nothing. It's easy to see that. I mean, I can go more in detail on that, brothers and sisters, like I said, because you don't understand. If I can't get you to understand that 2 + 2 is 4, and 3 - 1 is 2, then ain't no sense trying to tell you how much 5 times 25 is, right? 35 divided by 7, there's no point in doing that. Because you can handle add, subtraction, forget about division and multiplication, and a step further, algebra, I mean, that's way past your league. And you know, in the last few days, I've been kind of venturing into a little more deeper territory. But it's like that. It's not because I'm trying to impress people. Right? I said because I'm trying to put as much information out there. But during tribulation time, that's the only information they're going to have. Because I'm not going to be there. And now we got another problem because the people, you know, it says he would walk alone. But they're going to need certain information, and there's no one to give it to them. Their own people won't do it. So it may put on Jonah, tribe Shabazz, to step up for, because they couldn't find Elijah. You the Levite. You see what they did to him? They trashed Elijah. His bed wasn't even warm, wasn't even cold yet, it was still warm, and they trashed him. They trashed Elijah and shoved their head up Farrakhan's ass. But it's okay. Listen, a message from Tribe Shabazz then. I want to hear that. I want Elijah. No, you wasn't, and you ain't. And somehow they think, you know, somehow they think that they're hurting the message of the covenant by not listening. You don't want anything from them. That bugs them too. They would love me to ask for money. I don't need your money. I don't want you. It's a free gift. I don't need your money. I don't even want you as a follower. I don't want to control you. That confuses them. But let them be confused. Come on, brothers and sisters. Here we go. Let's go at this.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flavor as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put the image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color.
Yeah.
It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground in unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We are family. Let's stay a family, be a family, and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. I had to do that. We love you. One more time, brother.
This makes me sick every time I watch it. It does. Because that's sick shit. I was with Elijah from 70, 75. I give you $5,000 if anything you find, anything Elijah said, that's what he just said. That they are brothers. I give $5,000. You find me anything that Elijah said, mess a black man, I'll say his rise. of all of America, how to live, any of it, any Muhammad Speak newspaper, anything that supports anything that nigger just said. He don't even want to know what's going to happen to him when Nation Islam comes under new authority. He doesn't have any idea. Farrakhan's cast down. He's looking into consequence. There's consequence in the face. What about this? The guy's talking about he's a priest, right? Monk or something? Father. What does Allah say about that? Don't take Jews and Christian friends. So Allah is a liar too. He's mistaken. And Muhammad's a liar because he says they're all wicked, 100%, every one of them, 100% wicked, cannot be reformed, must be removed from the planet. Muhammad said we fools to stay here in land by imprisonment, and says they're all liars, all devils, every one of them. But no, not Farrakhan. I call our brother. Okay, move on, brothers and sisters. It makes me sick every time I watch it. It literally makes me sick. I don't think I can take too much more. I think maybe, I mess around and get brain cancer. Sick.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Be what you just said, what the Quran just said, what Allah just says. So are they guilty of that? Well, let's see an example. Right? It said the most grievous chastisement. Most grievous chastisement. I mean, it can be worse than that. They're worse. And there's been a lot of great chastisements, brothers and sisters. Sodom and Gomorrah, they burned them up. Even Noah, they drowned them all. But let me do this now. Let me make a little, I want to speak to that. No, let me say it before I do this. He got to talk about God's love. They keep talking that dumb shit. God is not love. They don't understand what that verse means. Okay, if he's love, if that's what it means, because remember, all the verses have to work together, have to make sense. You can't just look at one verse isolated. You have to look in the context of the whole scripture to understand what it means. Right? Okay. God's love, right? Hold on. Am I having a problem with my, no. God's love, when he drowned all the people that worked on the ark, babies, children, women, pregnant women, old elderly people, animals, little babies haven't done anything. What was the love in there? Oh, he loved to drown them. Is that the kind of love? Was that love? How about in Sodom and Gomorrah? When he burned up the whole damn city, everybody in it, except for Noah and his family. For was Lot and his family? So, was that love? Or he loved to burn them up? What was the love in that? And then again, this is his creation he's burning up. His creation. But he's perfect, right? Then how could a perfect person, make an imperfect creation? If he's love, if you make something that's flawed, then why don't you repair it? Why kick it in the head, stomp on it, shit on it, and burn it up? You created it, so why not correct it? I mean, he's all powerful, he created it. So if you see Adam got a flaw, oh, Adam got a flaw. Okay, let me fix it. That's love, ain't it? No, I'm gonna kick his ass. And then he created. Did any one of you say, hey, raise your hand, say, God create me? Anyone you jump up and say, God create me? I sure didn't. I ain't asked to be here. I ain't happy being here. Nobody went to the Holocaust, was happy going to the Holocaust. So he created you. You didn't ask to be here. Did he put you in a perfect environment? Did he create you and put you in a perfect house? Or did he create you and put you in the jungle and tell you if you don't find your way out, I'm going to burn your goddamn ass up? What? No jungle? I don't know how to get out of here. Well, you better figure it out. I'm going to burn your ass up, and not just for I'm going to burn your ass up forever. That's love. Where's the love in that? Because if man is flawed, who created him? If he's perfect, then the creation should be perfect. So it's flawed. Who created it? We create ourselves. That's according to him. We didn't create ourselves. Mother and Father didn't do it either. So what about retarded people? Where God fell asleep in that? He was smoking his crack pipe. You know, I didn't stop this fucking shit. You know, hold on with that. Y'all hold on to that stuff. This stuff is totally stupid shit they taught us, and you selling that shit to other people. You better be careful with that. Be careful of that, because you're going to remember the judgment. You concern, because if you're saying that you didn't know, oh, I didn't know. No, you don't get away with that. Why didn't know? Well, you shouldn't have said it. Nobody's going to care what you meant. The Quran says, and the Bible says, you're going to be judged for everything you said. Don't care what you meant or not. Oh, well, no, I didn't. Well, you didn't know. You should shut up then. Why were you talking if you didn't know? The Quran says no one will speak in hereafter unless they speak aright. So if you didn't, oh no, that's not going to work for you. You're going to have consequence of what you said. Nobody's going to care about what you meant. They shouldn't have said it. God is not love. God is justice. Every action has opposite equal reaction. That's a fundamental principle of the universe. God's justice, consequence. No one can escape it. When they say God is love, that's not what they mean. When you say, well, I mean, there are all kinds of interpretations of love, right? I want to make love to you. What kind of love is that? I mean, that's love too, ain't it? Is that what kind of love you're talking about? Well, maybe they mean he's everybody's womb making babies, right? Wow, that kind of love you're talking about? He's a lover. They're saying, right? He's love, he's a lover. You better watch out, sisters. You go to sleep, boy. You're going to get it going on because the love is on the scene. You're going to put a baby in you. Dumb shit. So have your Jesus, strike me down with this fucking dumb shit. I ain't afraid of him. But it doesn't exist, first of all. You know, you have to say what it is. Because this shit's off the page. And they got in our minds, and at some point, see, you're getting a reprieve. You know the reprieve you're getting? You're getting a chance to shut this down, this darkness. So in other words, it's like somebody close your eyelids, and you didn't realize that you could open your eyes. You know, your eyes been closed all your life, so you didn't realize you could just open them. So it says, when this world resumes, people in dark see a great light. Then you're going to make a decision based on that. Can't make a decision now. But make a decision now, you can. It's totally dark, and you got to say, what road to go? No. We're going to make sure it's illuminated. There's going to be signs. Clear signs. And then you're going to decide which one you want. You want to fire upon that bullshit? Because nothing they can say, that's why they don't get that $5,000. Nothing they can say they can prove. Nothing. Nothing. Okay? So you're gonna have a clear choice. That's part of it. Well, I don't know if you want to call it reward, but you went to the Holocaust. They put a lifeline out to you, but you had to choose it. Somebody throw a lifeline. You have to choose whether you're going to take it or not. That was part of the promise. We will send someone to you. Remember, that's what it's telling you. It didn't tell you they're going to come and deliver you in Malachi. It says we're going to send the messenger of the covenant to you. He's coming. He comes with a message. Now, will you accept that? It's up to you. All this dumb shit. God love. You can easily kill that one. Well, God, how his creation's all messed up if he's so much where all this shit comes from? Then if he created this, he's the only creator. Then why is all, well, the devil did. Well, who created the devil? You see, only people stuck with this are people that's totally retarded or demons that have no choice because this shit don't make any sense. If you can add subtract right away, you reject that. As soon as you learn to add subtract, you say, that shit is history. That's for his myth books. That goes back to Thor and Odin and mythology. Because none of it makes any sense. Well, Jesus died and raised up from the dead. Well, if he was raised up, he wasn't dead then, fool. He was dead, he wouldn't know he was dead. How you gonna raise him up? Oh, see, that's why it's gonna be so easy to get rid of these fools. Because if you step up, I've talked a while back about this wedding. I didn't include it in this one. You ought to read that passage. I think about a week ago. It said they was invited to a wedding. And then they showed up, they wasn't dressed for the wedding. So the person, the groom, burned their ass up, threw them out and burned their ass up. Say, well, you was invited. How you come in and you ain't dressed for it? You showed up, but you ain't dressed for it. So you're going to show up. My name is Peter Mackenbaum. So you ain't going to, see, you're not going to fool anybody. Somebody they come in, my name is Abdul Rahman. Let me see your driver's license. You ain't going to fool nobody. They said they think they can fool Allah. They only fool themselves. This is not a joke. But the Levites, for some reason, I don't know. But the Shabazz and Levites, they went to the same Holocaust. They're brothers, twin brothers, according to scripture, right? Jacob and Esau. Somehow the elect, they get it. They put that same DNA, right? The elect, Levites, there's some, must be a defective gene or something. Well, I guess they were fraternal twins. You have identical twins, fraternal twins. So they're born at the same time, but they're not really from the same sperm. It's two different sperm. I guess one sperm got sidetracked or something. I don't know. Let's move on, bro and sis. But right here, remember we were just talking about those believing. Let me play it again, and then go to.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Okay, let's look into that. Let's look into that. Let's look into this messenger of the covenant. Let's see what that's all about. Remember, they believe in part of the book and disbelieve in the other. The Quran says you got to believe in the whole thing. So you're not a Muslim unless you believe in all the books. Right? That's what the Quran says. And they say the Quran is perfect, right? Okay.
Malachi 3:1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts.
Okay. They believe in this part. They talk about it. Behold, I will send a messenger. They say it's Elijah. His name is actually here in it, Malachi. I will send a messenger. He shall prepare the way before me. Wait a minute. Who? The Lord. Wait a minute, hold it. But you say the messenger is the last one. No, he says he preparing the way for someone else. Another messenger. But they don't mention this part. They never mention this one. Because Elijah's the last one. He's eternal leader of the nation of Islam. It's right there. Read it. I don't care what translation you get. I'm going to say the same thing. I'm messenger, Elijah. He prepares way for another messenger called the messenger of the covenant, whom you delight in. Behold, he shall. And the Lord says, he's coming. Ain't no doubt about it. But they say, so they call God a liar. They call him a liar. They said, like Muhammad's last one. Right there. They quote this. And they don't quote this. So who is this messenger of the covenant? Let's go a little further, brothers and sisters. Let's look at the covenant. Measure the covenant. You want to know what the covenant is, right? Let's find out.
Genesis 15:12. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and, lo, an horror of great darkness fell upon him. 13 And he said unto Abram, Know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. 14 And also that nation, whom they shall serve, will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance.
Finish it off. Remember this here, right? Now they talk about this. They talk about the 400 years. They talk about this, right? Remember, now, let's look at that part of it.
Genesis 15:18. In the same day the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates.
Uh-oh. They don't mention that part. They mention the other part. They don't mention this part. That's the covenant. And saying they made a covenant, that's the covenant. And say we return home to Arabia. Look at what it says here. Between the river of Egypt and the great river Euphrates. That's right here. That's Arabia. They don't mention this part. But they mention the other part. They don't mention this part. Being part of the book and this being the other. So now we know who the messenger of the covenant is. We know what the covenant is. We know there's a messenger of the covenant, and we know what the covenant is. Now, who's the identity of the messenger of the covenant? Maybe both of these are connected, and they don't mention either one of them. Consider that. Both of these are connected. They're the messenger of the covenant and the covenant, both of those are connected, and they don't mention either one. So, I mean, that's purposeful. And they write in this, they mention the scripture that's around it, but not that part of it. Look at the next part. Now we're going to check and find the identity of the messenger of the covenant. See if they mention that part. Okay, let's move on.
One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
We're not finished yet, brothers and sisters, but look at that. They go past Aaron. They go to Joshua. He's the one, remember what a covenant is? Right? Euphrates. So he's the messenger of the covenant, Joshua. Not Aaron. They go from Moses, Elijah, over to Joshua. Not past Aaron. We have Aaron. Aaron did not make it to the promised land. So here it is Joshua. They never mention this part, do they? Never mention this part. They say Aaron. You see Aaron in here anywhere? Aaron. Farrakhan's Aaron. How can you be so deceived? In fact, even if you say he's Aaron, then you read up Aaron right there. That should stop you cold right there. Look at who Aaron did. He claims he's Aaron. So, it's like, you wonder. It said like, on the judgment day, Satan would say, hey, don't blame me. I called, you came. I just called, you came. That's what Aaron would do. He said, don't blame me, blame them. They the one who wanted to go to the calf. See? So Farrakhan can say, hey, I told you I was Aaron. I told you I was Aaron, damn fool. I told you I was Aaron. So didn't you read it? Don't blame me. I told you I was Aaron. I didn't lie to you. I told you I was Aaron. And when you get to Malachi, right? You saw I got cancer, got my ass blown up. Ain't that a curse? Ain't that a curse? I got rich off of y'all. I don't have no businesses. If y'all didn't see it, that's y'all fault. Don't blame. No, my hands are clean. I told you I didn't hide it from you. I didn't hide that I got cursed. I didn't hide it from you. I was Aaron. Maybe that's what it means that when that dumbass said, come about Moses traveling in search of knowledge, he doing things you understand. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's telling you he's the son of perdition. Well, he is. He tells you his father's the devil. Damn. What? In fact, Farrakhan is telling you who he is. He even told you that Elijah Muhammad said he'll be his worst hypocrite. When you think about it, he told you he ain't no goddamn good. He says, my mother used to beat his ass for lying all the time. It's for all the devil. I'm Aaron. Damn. So he's actually telling you. So he can actually say, hey, I told him I was Aaron. I told him I followed the devil. I told him they bust my ass up with that cancer. I told him. I'm a multi-millionaire. I don't have any business anywhere. I told him. So, hey, I'm not the liar. I told him. That's on them. Ain't that what Aaron said? Don't blame me for what they're doing. They wanted to go to the calf. I gave it to them. So when you think about it, he's telling them he ain't no goddamn good. I want to stay here. Elijah Muhammad said, you'd be fool to want to stay here. And he said, I want to stay here. I'm sending them around America. And the devils ain't devils no more. They're telling you he ain't who he is. He actually saying it. So if you're a goddamn fool going along with him, that means you want him or you're just a goddamn fool. Because he's telling you. openly. Elijah Muhammad said, I'll be his worst hypocrite. He says it. Yeah, when you think about it like that, I ain't thought about it like that. If you think about it like that, yeah. Right on, Farrakhan. I'm be telling you. So in the judgment, he's gonna abandon your ass. Hey, I ain't with them. I ain't with them fools. Because that's what Aaron did, right? Hey, don't blame me for them. Blame them. Burn their ass up. They don't want to go to the calf. I didn't want it. They told me, they said, hey, they told me I had to give them a golden calf, so I gave it to them. Well, that made my day. Let's finish playing this, brothers and sisters.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with thee. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
He's talking to Joshua. He's not talking to Aaron. He's talking to Joshua. He said he's going to be with him just like he was with Moses. He's a messenger too. And it says, you don't have to worry about anything. Nothing's going to happen to you. You ain't going to get no cancer. You don't get your ass blown up because I'm here to protect you. I will not fail you. I will not forsake you. I will be with you. So you mean, well, they say God no mystery God. So if it wasn't no mystery God, that means Master Prophet Muhammad. So Master Prophet Muhammad must have been right there when they blew your ass up. How come he didn't see what he could tune in? How come he didn't see what was happening? Hey man, don't put your pellets in their ass. You're gonna blow his ass up. Or it was mystery God. Anyway, it says if that sparrow can't talk about, God was with him. We got that. Maybe that's what God wanted. Blow his ass up. Well, yeah, that makes sense, don't it? Because you're gonna curse, so I guess yeah, God was there. That was the curse. Okay, got your ass now. Blow his ass up. Yeah. Blowed your ass up, then they Farrakhan got you pissing shit in a bag. See? Now you can't do your wife, now you're doing a nation. Oh, he crossed a red line. Now I'm gonna cross a lot of red lines. Right? You know what the red lines are? Blood trails. I'm gonna cross a lot of them. Elijah Muhammad, he said the truth be made so clear, even a fool will not err. And this stuff is so simple. And I keep saying to myself, well, I know how people are dead, but damn. He say some things, man, come on. Because Farrakhan walking around with a big old sign on his head. I ain't no goddamn good. I'm the son of perdition. I'm cursed. Right? I'm Aaron, a deceiver. Big old sign there. I mean, yeah, Elijah Muhammad said I'm his worst hypocrite. Big old signs here. Farrakhan, he's the man. He's the Messiah. We love Farrakhan. Oh, Farrakhan. Hold still, Farrakhan. While I stick my head up your ass. Get some of that honey. It's sick. There ain't no way in the world you can't get past. You can't seek to him if you got eyes. There's no, I said $5,000. You can show me just one verse that proves that crap y'all saying about him. You can't find any. But I just showed you a whole bunch right there. And that's tip of the iceberg. The things show you that out of his own mouth. Out of his own mouth. So what's he got to do? What's he got to do to tell you he ain't no goddamn good? Because he's telling you out of his own damn mouth. You don't want nothing to happen to America.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
They're talking to the Master of the Covenant there. And said, no, what happened to you? I'm protecting you. That's me, I'm protecting you. Have for yourself. I'm protecting you. I'm with you, I got your back. That's Farrakhan. He talked to Joshua and Aaron. And then he's telling you the devil's our brothers. Well, if he's telling you the devil's our brothers and he teaches out of poverty, that means what he's telling you is the devils are his brothers. He's a devil. He said, man, he said it out of his own mouth. He said, I'm a devil. He's my brother. Devil, they're my brother. So, I mean, because they are his brothers. He's not lying. They are his brothers. They ain't mine. His. They're the demon's brothers. I got to take that back, man. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you a liar. But you telling the truth. Telling the truth. He's telling you he ain't no good. He's telling you Aaron. He's telling you son of perdition. He's telling you the devil. He said the devil is his brothers. He's telling his father the devil. He's telling you he's Aaron. He's telling you the truth. I'm sorry. I apologize for it. I apologize because you're telling the truth. But they choose to be. So in other words, you're attracting demons because they buy that. And attacking these other fools. That's on them. But you can say, I told him. And I told him. You came. I told him. I called you came. They make you come. He not making you. Yeah, see, I'm still kissing devil. See, I love him. He's telling you. What he's got to do. That's why I'd be so clear that those with him, they have nothing to say. They have nothing to say. Because everything I just said right now, that's ABC stuff. 2+3 stuff. So therefore, they're guilty on sight. Guilty on sight. You have to hear any sound. Guilty on sight. Come on, brothers and sisters. This speaks for itself, brothers and sisters. They destroyed, I was there, between 775. They destroyed the nation, built something called Belialians. They got rid of the nation totally. Took all his property, dissolved everything, took the money, looted the whole nation. That's why his curse would occur. That's part of the reason. They was together. Pharaoh comes right there with him, while bad mouth from Master Muhammad, I have a tape showing him, bad mouth from Master Muhammad and bad mouth Elijah. Say Elijah was no master, and Master Muhammad was no God, was a trickster. They threw the nation, left the beliefs with nothing. With nothing. Okay, let's get to the main subjects, brothers and sisters. Now, see, this is the angel key. This is the ark. This represents the ark, the final iteration of the key. And it says, this is new heavens, this new earth. So, this is I had trouble yesterday trying to really explain this where you can understand it. This entire thing is a kingdom. But this is the inner kingdom, this is the outer kingdom. I have to put it like that. I'm not sure how they describe it, right? This entire thing is ruled by Master Muhammad. So it's the whole kingdom. Okay? But this is considered heavens, it's the earth. So these cannot enter into heavens. But they're part of the kingdom. The earth right now represents European countries. So in this case here, but this part here represents waters. So the ark was floating on this. So this was it's called a tribulation because the waters represent tribulation. I'm not going into that kind of detail, brothers and sisters. The bottom line is, we're saying is they're going through tribulation, and the jinn, the Sunni Arabs, that's actually the golden calf, that's no straw together, they're going through tribulation also on that side. So the powers of heaven are broken because they represent the heavens now. See, the NOI, they would have been here. You have to understand what it's talking about with Moses returning. Yes, is that Exodus? Yeah. When Moses returned, Elijah returned, right? He was angry. And God got angry too. It says, hey, because Aaron and the people that was with Aaron. So God gave up on him and says, hey, forget about him. I'm going to make a great nation out of you. That's what's talking about right here. Well, all these are Levites. This is Levite too. Because if we get about them, just make here. See, these would have been here. They was cast out. I'll explain this a little later. With 7 thunder and 7 churches, I'm going to explain that in a little while. That's what's sin. So they did this to themselves. Because this happened because he says, okay, remember, they were supposed to have been here. Because he told Elijah, said, no, Moses, I'm going to make a great nation out of you. Because they got angry with this. And Moses got angry. First, he was trying to plead for him. Then he wanted to burn him up himself. Joshua, he gave up on a long time ago. He said, man, why you keep messing with, you hold things up because of them? He said, no, well, give them a little more time. They don't know the left from the right. Or they can't distinguish them. They still mix it with the demons. That's part of Pharaoh. Because Pharaoh and demon, that's one thing they're hitting at. Because they mixed in with them and they can't recognize that Pharaoh is a demon. See, that's what it means. You can't tell the wheat from the chaff. That's what he's trying to say there. They ain't trying to say, that's what he's saying. And the demons are a chaff. They can't distinguish. So the nation of Islam is full of demons, and they all consider all one people, and the demons are causing all the havoc and destruction. And it's run by a demon, and they can't see it. The John said, oh man, come on. We got everything we need up here. We don't need them. Moses, remember, he ground them all up. There wasn't but much left because he ground them up and made them drink of it. But that's a mercy here because otherwise we just have heaven and we wouldn't have an earth. Wouldn't this be all gone? Just get rid of this too. But it goes to tribulation because it's on top of all the other waters. Anyway, you need an angel key. A lot more I can say about this. I'm going to leave it there for now. Okay, see this? Now, this time I may not have a presentation for the next 2 days, but I got to do some studying. Let's say it says, Superman had to walk alone. He said Mark, because he gave the man his mind back. And then the man wanted to take off. He didn't want to look back at his people. He just said, I got my mind. I got mine. I guess that's what he thought mine meant. I got mine. I'm out of here. They said, no, you got to go back and get your other people. So Levites take all kinds of issues. So they was given a break in a way, because they said, well, maybe you can't get the whole angel. So we got 2 books. There's really a third one, but these two particular ones here. You got 2 books. Right? You know, when I broke the seal, I didn't know there was 8 books in there. Well, I know I saw 7 seals. I didn't really know what they were. I had no idea what I was getting into. I didn't know I was even getting anything. I just was interested. I told you, well, let me spend a few minutes. You know, My wife, I think, was Easter 89, I think it was, 1989. Yeah, I think so. And she wanted to go and visit her parents. So I didn't go upstairs, stay in the car. I turned on the radio, and this guy was scanning the stations, and I heard this guy. This white guy. He was reciting the Revelations. Now I wasn't that familiar with Revelations. Like I'm gonna talk about it here and there. It was never much interest. Even though when I was before my mother passed, I remember I was on Waverly Avenue. And I was in the living room, and we had a wooden stove, right? And the living room was like, was right next to the street outside. And I remember at the time I had to be about 8 years old, I guess, 7, 8 years old, because she passed when I was 9. And I remember even the Bible and reading Revelations about the dragon and that kind of stuff. I looked at it, and it just something happened to me. I just looked at it and said, wow, that's, I mean, I just remember that. I looked at it, I said, I didn't know what to make of it. But it stuck with me. That's the last time I ever looked at anything about the Revelations. Right? I was about, I think I had about 7 years old at the time. Remember that. Right? So, and I never got into it. Elijah was around because he talked about it. I never studied it myself. Right? And I've been reading the Bible, but I started from Genesis. I was going to go all the way. And I got to Malachi when I went for Elijah. At that time, I was okay. So I got to Elijah, to Malachi. At the time I was looking for Elijah. Right? So at that time, I pretty much, after I found Elijah, I wasn't pretty much looking at this book anymore. Right? Just going with Elijah was teaching. And he talked about Revelation here and there, a little bit here. He explained some things, right? And that was pretty much my interaction with what you call the book of Revelations, until that Easter morning, I said, in the car, I said, that's interesting. I said, I like puzzles, right? I said, let me look into that. I said, let me just look into that. So I looked at it, I've got it. So I got it, and I had a King James translation. I looked into it, started looking into it. And I wasn't really getting anywhere. And there's some other things that went down too. Because if I get into this, I'm not going to finish my whole subject. Now, I've been studying, I was concerned how the universe works. Like mathematics, physics. I've been trying to study for years. I couldn't figure out, I said, it got to be some kind of mathematical formula, some kind of mathematical context, or some structure that guides the universe. Got to be something. I look at this, look at that, look at this, like that. I couldn't find it. And then, I said, it's got to be something that drives this whole thing. It's got to be something. Because physics, right? It's got to be a model, something, right? Ain't some God just waving a wand. And we're doing it at the same time. I was really totally locked in. I mean, my mind was like on fire for years. And I feel I had to figure it out. I tried this, I tried that. I said, this don't know, this, maybe it works like this, maybe it works like that, whatever. And the two things came together. Because I was running around the park at the same time, right, in Orange. It hit me, pressure. That's it. Pressure is a math, science, physics that governs our resistance. Both came together at the same time. And we understand that's the truth. So really that helped you understand the angel even, right? Because that's all the angel's talking about is pressure when you understand, once you break it down. It's just more details, right? They came together at the same time. And the point is, when I got that, it's like I was carrying like 1,000 pounds on my back. Ever since I was like a child, because I was trying to figure it out. And all of a sudden, I was lifted. Because now, oh man, finally figured out how to lift it. And they lift off me, and then dropped 1,000 pounds off my back, put 10,000 back on my back. What? The angel. Remember that? I said, I got rid of that one, then I got a bigger one, because I said, what the hell is this? So I went in there and I started trying to see what it was saying, trying to figure out, and I came with this, that, right? And I wasn't getting too far. I was getting mixed up, and I thought chapter 12, I thought that was the earth and the sun and the moon, because it said there was a woman, the sun covered in the sun and the moon on her feet. That sounded like the earth to me. But I said, that's what it sounded like, right? I couldn't prove it, but it sounded like that must be what they're talking about. And then I had a contract over in New York at the time. So I'm walking, I got off the subway, and this devil, he's standing there on the subway with this Jehovah's Witness. He got a book. It's like he was waiting for me. Hey, so I walk over there. He's waving this book, right? So I said, so what's that? Why are you waving the book, right? I mean, I kept on going, right? Said, oh, no, this is the transliteral book, right? It tells you, no, because it's not King James interpretive. It means what they think it is and they write it down. But transliteral, they say just translate every word. And it was free, so he gave it to me. And that, everything's history, because once I got that, then I saw, oh, that could be the woman, and this and that, and start seeing things clear. Then I broke the seals. Once I broke the seals, then I found out that, I said, about 1990, 1989, when I started, 1990, it took a year of all that happening. I finally started breaking the seals. Then I started seeing these things. I see all these different things in there. I didn't know they were, and I found there was a key. I didn't know it was a key. See, when I be telling people about the angel, I'm giving them, it's like you're telling people, you know how to add and subtract. You're trying to teach people how to add and subtract, right? What if you don't know about algebra? So you teach people how to add and subtract, and then you come to the idea about algebra. Nobody knows algebra. You create in your own mind. See? That means you have to figure it out yourself. You're doing math, and look at math. Hey, man, I can take this next level. I can take this to algebra. Remember, algebra exists. And that's what it was with this, because I give people this information, and I say, here, now, how to deal with it. But out here, be creative too, because I didn't know there was a key in there. I didn't know there was books in there. And there was nobody standing over me, telling me, teaching me. I had to figure it out myself. Nobody told me how to be committed. Nobody told me how much time I had to put in. Nobody told me I had to make any sacrifices. Nobody told me anything. But I looked into it when I realized what was going on. Oh, damn. I felt bad because I felt I was tricked into this. I don't do anything half-assed, and I always, if it was the truth, like I went looking for Elijah, for everything, that's the whole story altogether. So I said, okay. But I always keep saying this. Right? I said, people need this, and especially I keep always concerned that time, because, I've been with Elijah and everything else, and I was concerned about these sisters, what sisters went through. I said, I was always trying to be an advocate for the sisters. So I went, okay. And they said, okay, I'm going to do this. And I did 100%, not half-ass. So I be telling people how to use it, teaching how to, but I had to go in and invent, right? Find things that wasn't even there. The key. Nobody knew there's a key in the angel. There's a key in Daniel also. I had to figure these things out. See? That takes another step. But I can't get people even to figure out, like I said, I'm teaching them how much 5 plus 3. I can't get them to do the add distraction, forget about the creative part, go in and look at it and say, okay, hey, this is in there, that's in there. Technical stuff. I had to do all that. That wasn't there. There's nothing in the angel talk about energy deprivation. Universe. There's nothing in there that talks about that. Nothing in there talk about a lot of things I talk about. Okay. Because that came from the pressure side. right? Energy side, how you open and closes. Anyway, that's no story. Two came together. So anyway, so they trusted me with it, and I give 100%. Nobody still my back to me. You show me the scripture where it said I had to do this. And I give 100%. 100% sacrifice. So the thing is, it says, but Levites, right? I mean, this whole thing's about, but just since they had to go to tribulation, said, okay, they give them two particular books. There's a third one, but two particular books. Get them through. They have these come to that level. They can come to the full level. But you see, that's why they never got to the heaven and earth. They never got enough to get to the heavens. That would be enough to get into the earth. Under the heavens. And the scripture said, you know, there'd be three. I didn't ask for anybody. I really didn't want anybody because I don't really bother people. Just it's a headache, and it is, you know. And no, move on. And so they was chosen to lead their people because somebody had to lead them through tribulation. There was a question whether they would do it or not. They said, don't do it, cut the tree down. And see, if I cut the tree down, that's why I was kind of reluctant to do it. If I cut the tree down, there's only two options left. Don't give them anything, so then they won't make the tribulation. But they got to wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb, and that's those two books. Or do it myself. Not go to tribulation, I ain't doing that. I thought about it a few times, but I ain't doing it. Right? I would do it for the sisters. I wouldn't go to tribulation with these Levite brothers. Oh, I get a knife in my back. I don't trust them. I don't. But I see what they did with Elijah. It was all on board with them. They traded Elijah just like that. Cursing him out and everything else. My wife at that time, she departed. Her brother was a minister in Indiana. And he bad-mouthed the message so bad, I went him out all these children and everything else. Man, he was a minister. I had a hard time not committing homicide. The way these people went off in the mess there, including Farrakhan. These Levites. I never trust them anymore after that. I don't trust them now. That's why they did that. So why they did that? Why would it said some men would be betrayed? Who would betray them? It'd be a Levite that betray them. It won't work. But the person that betrayed them, it says it'd be worse than them if they had just put a millstone around their neck or whatever. Anyway, so it says. It's always a question about Levites. In one book they do something, another book they don't do anything. And about the tree said, you cut them down. That's why I was lucky. See, can I get this tree to produce anything? And now I got to go and all that stuff I got to do. I got to go and produce those because that's what you need to get to a tribulation. Young people don't give a damn. I got enough on my plate right now. But that's going to affect the sisters too. So that you know, and I have no problem with these Levite sisters. I don't make that distinction between them because when we was in Holocaust, we didn't know. Sisters didn't know it was Levi Shabazz. All I know is they saved this nation, and I'm not letting that pass. So they said, "Well, I'm gonna leave it with it." No, I'm sure we mixed up now, to some extent. But that's no story. I'm not going there. So that's the thing. So I keep on saying, "Come, can I get this? Do something?" If they don't, I got to do it. Otherwise, they're gonna be lost. So right now, the time is short. It's got my day now, so now I got to devote all my time right now to. They didn't have anything to work with. So, I got to cut them down. They ain't producing. They ain't got time playing around. They ain't producing that. Years, they had years, and they haven't done anything in years. They sure ain't gonna do in a couple of days. So now I gotta do it. I may not be, depends on my situation. I may not be probably in the next few days. Focus 100% on this because they're gonna need this to get through tribulation. Need it. They're not gonna get first and soul thing. See, this subsets of this. But there's nowhere in the world when Suleiman takes in a while, he's gonna have time to teach the whole angel. So these two shorter versions. Right? But they're not gonna learn this. You're going to have a week with them, 2 weeks, whatever. So that's the situation we're in. So this was going to have to happen. Come down. They cut down. Right? It says, Son of Man had to walk alone. He walked the tread the wine press alone. Can't get his Levites do anything. Okay. I'm not sure we can get this whole thing again, bro. So I keep getting distracted. Anyway, let me speak to this. I tried to make this clear yesterday. I don't know how clear I made it. So let me try it again. We're in the field. Slave master living off of us. Providing with food. Right? Everything. The slaves made it for us. Provide us food. Clothes, everything else. For slaves. They was living off of us. That's what happened. You have slaves, you live off the slaves. They live off us. If we was mules or something, you got animals you live off them, right? You eat chickens, you live off it, right? They live off us. So they had their children, their black-faced children from raping our women. And according to the angel, half the blacks in America, because blacks is a generic term, half the blacks are master's children, black-faced children, skin folk. So it's 34 million, 17 million would be them, and 17 million would be us. And coincidence that 17 million is never mentioned in the problem book. Because it wasn't 17 million blacks in America. Mass Muhammad was here. He said that's prophetic, but that's another story. Okay. So once these in the field anymore, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to the detail on that because a lot of stuff I want to cover, and I already spent a lot of time already, so I'm not gonna get to it. We'll see. So they was living off us. So they was living vicariously, if I'm saying it correctly. His house niggas. They was living with us vicariously, in other words, indirectly, because master lived with us, and then they would give them some of what they gave us, leftovers or whatever. You see? They was living with us too. I think the word is vicariously. I'm not sure I'm not saying it exactly right. But anyway, they was living with us too, both. Master directly, and then whatever master had left over, he'd give them. So they both were living off us. So once we came out of the field, they weren't living off us to that extent anymore. They still live off us now. They wouldn't live off the extent. House slaves didn't live in mass house anymore. And we didn't live on mass plantation anymore. So they had to find other ways to live off us, like jobs and factories and whatever. But directly, that situation, they would live off us and their black-faced children, which are what are called demons, half man, half devil. So once we wasn't filled, somebody could live off us directly like that, then his children, his black-faced children said, well, Master, what we going to do? Because you ain't getting nothing from them no more. Right? And we ain't living in your house anymore. Right? So how we going to live? What we going to eat? You ain't feeding us anymore. Because you ain't getting from them direct, so you're not feeding us anymore. So how are we going to? Well, he said, no, well, you can live off of them. You ain't going to live off of us. We ain't feeding you no more. You can live off of them. And that's exactly what they did. Because they were, like I said, they was living off us indirectly, but now they live off us directly. No, in between. Master was in between us and them, but now he's us directly. So-called preachers and stuff back during that time, right, was slave master children. They'll come out and tell you, be good to master, obey master, right? Because they was master children. They was benefiting from us being docile and doing what master wants to do, because the more master got out of us, the better it was for them. You understand? And so, that's what it did. So when you see preachers out there, all these demons and stuff, they're master's children living off us. They don't produce any damn thing. They go, oh, Jesus, 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 and they get rich. They don't produce a goddamn thing. They're living off us. Farrakhan, too, he hasn't produced a damn thing. He revived the Nation of Islam. First of all, he's the one who destroyed it. He revived the goddamn thing, but he's a multimillionaire. You understand? They're living off of us. That's why we had a sheep. Why would you put lambs in sheep clothing? Well, they would live off the lambs. That's why they cover themselves with sheep clothes so they can easily get to the lamb. The same thing with chaff and wheat. The chaff live off the wheat. They're parasites. And so they're living off us. They look like us, talk us. They don't produce. Tell me what they produce. Show me Jackson produce anything. They talk a lot of bullshit. Show me these politicians where they produce anything. You still got 3 strikes law, don't you? You're still suffering. You still got jail. You still got ghettos and everything else. But they got all kind of money for the Jews, don't they? They got nothing for you. That's who they are. They say they're living off of you. Most of them don't even believe in that Jesus stuff and everything else. They tell you what you need to keep living off of you. They're living off us. That's why Suleiman has to get rid of them, separate them out. They're living off us. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Jesse Jackson, Sharpton, Farrakhan, all of them. Farrakhan, he gives us his half-ass philosophy, but what does he produce? Not a goddamn thing. But he's a multi-millionaire, so is his son. He made his son supreme captain to protect that money. So they only top 2. Well, why would he make his son supreme captain? Well, what would make his son a special son? To back him up. Back up that money. So both of them multi-millionaires. One brothers and sisters. Okay, now we talk about this again. Our people, they think things happen just a magic wand or all that kind of stuff. It don't happen that way. If you see our people in that condition, you have to say, what's the force that's causing them to that condition? If you see leaves shaking, you have to say, what is causing them to shake? You can't see the wind, but you know the wind is causing them to shake. You can tell by the shaking the direction of the wind and the strength of the wind. So you see our people, that's not the way our original people are. So that means there must be a force that's causing that. So the force in that, what you see, is a reflection of the force itself. So the wind is blowing, the wind is shaking northward very fast. That means the wind is blowing northward very fast. That means that's showing what kind of wind you got. So that's not showing you our people there. That's showing you the people that's causing them to be like that. That's what the devils are. That's them, and our people reflection of them. But Farrakhan blaming us. They made us into that. Okay, you want to look at it from the physical side? Look from not structural, analytical side. Well, I guess you call it that, right? What's your name? It's a reflection of the people that gave you that name. That's their name. Bob, Chicken Bob. What's your religion? That's their religion. You see, reflection of them. So how are you going to blame us? Because they made us. So when we see us, you see them. They're the Christians. They're the criminals. They're the fools. They're the liars. See? They put a cross around our neck. They gave us those names. We acting like that. That's them. But Farrakhan blaming you because he's accused our brethren because he's one of them. They turn you into a bum and then blame for being a bum. And we'll continue being that long as that we're on that foot. So it's not us, it's them that's the problem, not us. So what happens? See? The balloon's underwater. Who you blame, the balloon? Or you blame that what's floating underwater? He blames the balloon. Oh, you're sinful, you're wicked. Because he's one of them. So how you get back to above water where the balloon would naturally be? You have to get rid of the forces holding it underwater. Destroy that force, and then it pops back up like this. See, this was like we were before we came over here. See? Example. Then they captured us, right? And boom. See? That's them. They turned us into themselves. Elijah Muhammad said that. He said, turn us into themselves. That means that's them you're looking at, not us. That's what devils make devils. Pigs make pigs. You ever see pig give birth to a swan? Pigs make pigs. Cows make cows. You blame the manufacturer, not the product. That shows Farrakhan's accuser. Said the accuser of our brethren is cast down. So once we get rid of that, then what? Like the balloon, we pop right back up to where we were. Even better. There's been all that pressure. Farrakhan, make it clear for you, brother. Make it simple. Let's move on. Okay, where we at? Let's see. Here. Okay. This is where we were 5 years ago. We didn't look at the woman like she was inferior. That's that Sunni Arab stuff. When she stand behind the man, he stood behind her, protect her, make sure nothing happened to her, because he got the strength. She got the beauty. She up front because she got the beauty. We want to look at her, we want to look at him. He stand behind to make sure nothing happened to her. And you look at him, you know damn well you ain't gonna mess with her. Look at that look on his face. You know damn well you ain't gonna mess with her. You want to walk into that? I wouldn't. These black women, boy, ain't they something? Move on. Then they got a hold of us, our costs. And so you got, and by raping our women, it caused division. So you got the house niggas. House niggas was his children. They said, you watch that movie Django, whether it's Stephen and whatever his name was, he's most likely DiCaprio's brother. Probably the same father. Right? Because they was house niggas. And you had to feel that was the original people. So we had the divide. We all got so black. All niggas, same family, but you see any difference. All you know was they was in house. Because a lot of us, yeah, you want to work in the house, they would come and tell you, hey nigga, if you can do 2 bills, you can work in the house. You can work. They know you was never gonna let you work in the house. They couldn't trust you. Because you wouldn't. They knew they could trust their children. But the children wanted to be close to them. They said, Daddy, well, this would be accepted like this white-faced children. But these, man, they hate them. They tell you, man, you can work in the house. Man, you can have easy duty, man. If you just, and you know, they use that. Also use the women because they would take control of the women. And they would tell you if you do 2 bales of hay a day instead of 1, then you can sleep with Sarah on the weekend. Man, it was terrible. Anyway, got this division. But we still consider ourselves one people because we're all black. Right? I should change this. I'm not going to talk I'm going to redo this because it's kind of complicated the way I've done it. Right? Anyway, that was the agricultural age. I'm just going to move here. But that was the agricultural age. Then we moved to industrial age, right? But they didn't need you anymore in the fields. Because you went to industrial age. In the agricultural age, you in the fields. Industrial age, they didn't need you in the fields anymore. So then you was workers. And let me see previous. Okay. And so they had you as porters, housekeepers, that you go in and housemaids, all that kind of stuff, right? What was that? There was a movie about that, right? I forgot what they called the women that get it, come in and clean up stuff for them. I forgot what they call them. Anyway, but they need you in the fields anymore. Right? So, and this, I was going to talk about Civil War, and this is the red. That's called the red. Riots and civil and civil. I'm not going to compare that now. I did it yesterday. I'm going to redo it so make it less complicated, right? But there was resistance to each step. At any rate, at this point, because they didn't free us, they tell you that that's a lie. I prove it, but I'm not going into detail. But they always tell you, oh, we know after 40 years, no, we broke our chains. Just like it says in Mark, we broke them. That's no story. Anyway, slave master children, that's house niggas, they want to stay master. But they love master. There's one master except them. They think like master, act like master. There's one master. And the original people say, let's get help. They ran to cities. And that was 1860s. And then the blues came on the scene. Check it out. Don't take my word for it. The blues came on the scene. That was a reflection of our attitude at the time. See? It was work. We called some niggas or we called Negroes. See, so the division between the two, well, there was division all the time. There's division, house niggas, field niggas. And then the division took this path. Right? Okay. Now, every 50 years, it's momentous in the heavens and earth, as the Quran says, coming all of a sudden. It means every 50 years we get an energy wave. Starts re-energizing us. We got in the situation because probably 50 years was losing energy. And so we got down to the point we had very little energy now just to maintain ourselves. No story. That's called energy deprivation. Now it's the process reversed. Now we're being energized. So, and I'm going to pass this. Okay. So industrial age now, okay. and then 1920s, right? Okay, then we move into electronic age. Okay, we're industrial age from 1860s to 1920s, about 50 years. Right? Industrial age. Right? Then we went to, now we're starting electronic age, 1920s basically. We have a great division. So now the people, the master's children, right, they start saying that they not only being on share closet, they want, we need to study, we need to be like master. We just act like master, talk like master. You know? So that Eurocentric thinking. But on the same time, we had people come on the scene talking about, no, this Afrocentric. So we didn't know anything about Africa, none of that stuff, but now we start getting it. So we start getting jazzy, start finding out about ourselves, start finding out about black, we thought we were just slaves. So coincidence, 50 years later, jazz came on the scene. That came from us. It began the electronic age. We called ourselves colors. And during this time, we stopped calling ourselves Negroes, colors. Right? Okay. Master Muhammad showed during this time, Elijah Muhammad, right? Okay. Electronic age goes up to, move on. Really need, the other part I'm leaving out, that's part I really need in. But I think it's too confusing the way I have it. I think they do it a different way. So it'll be less confusing. Anyway, information starts in 1960, called computer age. Right? Look, the vision comes greater. Because now not only they want to act like devils, they want to live with them. We want civil rights. We'll be considered equal in what? We'll be equal to them. We are children. We want the same rights as your white children got. Right? And this separation on that, you know, see, we still consider ourselves all black. We say sitting together there, Muhammad and Martin Luther King, we still consider ourselves all blacks just have a different opinion, even up to this point. And then, but now Motown sound. Why did this music come out approximately 50 years like that? Motown sound, right? Okay. And so, say it loud, I'm black and proud. We stop wearing processors, stop wearing hair, afros, right? Chic, And these want to be more like the white folks. They want to live with the white folks, marry the white folks. They want total integration. If we want to separate, see, the divide becomes greater, right? And so we have to get an information age. So then 50 years later, let's move on. That's where we are right now. Now we're starting the AI age. At that point, the vision's so great that we realize, no, we're two different people. Because it would, Mr. Covenant, he would be the one that separates the chaff from the wheat, the goats from the sheep. So he said, no, we're two different people. They say, see, they're demons over there, ain't us. See, divide is so great that now it's pointed out. Okay? And they want to stay and take America. They don't want to go anywhere. Ain't that what Pharaoh concept? And Mr. Covenant says, no, he wants to fulfill the covenant. He wants to get the hell out of here. Okay? And they have resistance every time. But the point I'm making here, and I'm going to have to speak it because, like I said, I had those little notes, but I want to redo them. When we was out of the field, they didn't need some fields anymore. They did. They had some chain gangs, right? All kinds of stuff. Well, no, excuse me. The Civil War was resistance to us coming into culture age. Then we had that so-called red vice, whatever, where they was burning our seas and stuff, right? During the industrial age. They burned all the seas. Black folks trying to do self. Marcus Garvey, those type people, they were trying to do for self. They kept burning. Every time you build a city, you left them. They would burn them all down. You probably know that. Hey, that was moving into the getting spread now. Break out the break out of agriculture age. You had the resistance that was so-called Civil War. Break out of the industrial age, or resistance was they burn all the cities and everything down. Then we go to the information age, right? And that was all the riots all over the country, right? Resistance. But in each case, right, they didn't need you anymore, they didn't need your fields anymore. So now you had the blues, you didn't know where to go. You had no job or nothing. They put you on chain gangs, ran to sea, all that kind of stuff, right? So they didn't get you 40 acres of a mule. The next stage, right? They burned out your seeds and everything else, and they didn't need you in the plants and stuff anymore. So into that, they started sending your jobs to China. Okay. Industrial jobs. Remember that industrial age. So now you work in factories and stuff. They're sending all your jobs to China. So they need you more because they can send your jobs to China. You see what I'm saying? So they didn't need you in the fields anymore. They need you for porters and housework, whatever they call it, right? Then you didn't need you in the factory anymore. So your jobs, paraphrasing, I have it more detailed, but like I said, the way I have it, I think I have it not clear. Bottom line is what I'm getting to is that when it got to the information age, let me just I'm trying to make this less confusing, brothers and sisters. Oh, let's go to the previous one. Oops. See, okay, no need for industrial jobs anymore. They sent, right, and service jobs. You had service jobs, industrial jobs during this period of time, right, up to the 60s. You had service jobs, so at the end of that, they sent all your industrial jobs. They didn't need you for that anymore. They said, hey, we can send them industrial jobs. We don't need the niggas for that anymore. We can send it to China. We bring immigrants in for the service job. Remember, because you want civil rights. You want to be equal. Because it takes time to go into more detail. I'm really going past this, moving past quickly. Anyway, remember this is what they're doing to try to keep you down, try to keep control over you. Because each one of those states, they lose control over you. So now at this point, you had industrial jobs from the 20s to 60s, right? And you had them, and so at that time, they said, hey, let's send the industrial jobs to China. They did, both Detroit, everything else, and they started bringing immigrants in to take care of your service jobs, right? And on top of that, right, they started bringing Indians in. Gets to the next one, actually. I got to do this. Information age, right? 60s. So at that point, information age, they started bringing Indians in. Right? I'm not sure I'm conveying. Let me just leave it like this, bro. I'm gonna redo this again, make it clear. Anyway, the bottom line is, in the information age, right? Industrial age, they bought into that, they killed that by sending China, industrial jobs to China. Information age, right? Computer jobs, they bring in Indians in. They want you to have it. Now I can explain that to you that you best qualified to do it. I explained that yesterday. I'm not gonna do it right now, so I want to get to the same points here. But they do that because they want you to have, because you get more control, and they're trying to keep you down, press you. What I'm getting to is now we're going to AI age. So if you follow any of that, if you follow yesterday explains a little better, but I want to do it even better than that. New service job computing, right? So now they don't need the people computer jobs anymore because they have AI to write code. Understand? They don't need for service. They don't need for those jobs anymore. You make a call right now, you get a computer. You just have people answer those phones. The problem is, all these different cases, they need you. They found a way to get around you, so they sent industrial change. So now you're out. You need to work at Popeye somewhere. Jobs over there. They got jobs they sent to India. I mean, they bring Indians over for. But see, what's particular about the AI age we're in right now, they don't need you at all. There's nothing they can use AI to do it. That's the threat that you're under. That's the point I'm trying to make. I don't know if I'm getting too fast or whatever. I want, because it's a very complicated subject. I'm trying to figure out a way to explain it simply with other stuff, but still is not as clear as I want it to be. Because you need to understand this if you want to make it out of here. They don't need you anymore. They have no jobs for you. The reason why they're in competition right now, I can show you all kinds of presentations where China's kicking their ass. Everybody's kicking their ass on the AI. Because like China has a social system. So they can implement AI full speed ahead because the social system, nobody's poor. Everybody gets a chance to wealth. Right? You have to pay for hospital and that kind of stuff. Everybody gets a check, right? Because everybody, not the capitalist system. Capitalism, you know what I'm saying? You don't have a job, whatever. So they can go, but they can't do that here. Because all the jobs will be gone. They don't need your Burger King anymore. They don't need your Popeyes anymore. They don't need 700 desks no more. They don't need you to write code anymore. They don't need you for any of that stuff. They don't need you for anything anymore. AI doing it, and plus even construction, they got robots and stuff to do that. They don't need you. But the point is, they got to turn it on because because China's kicking their ass, and if they don't, China's going to overtake them. Or China's got the greatest navy now. They got the best economic system, everything. Yep. And America's threatened. And the only reason they threaten because they got to keep up with AI. And they can't implicate AI because if they do, you're going to go crazy because you ain't going to sit around and starve to death. But that's what happened. You will not have any job. They have to get rid of all these jobs. They don't need them anymore. That's the threat. And so therefore, and let me explain it like this here, and I'm going to close. I want to get to the part where you need your protection. But you need to understand the threat before you understand there's going to be a flood before you start building an ark. On the other side, your heart's not going to be building that ark. Your heart's not going to be into building that ark. You have to understand it's going to be a flood. You have to understand what's going on. So therefore, they have to, and time is of the essence. They have to do it quickly because and China's overtaking them. You see what Iran did, and it's not even third-rate, full-rate power. AI with all these missiles and stuff. America's in trouble. And the point is they got to implement AI 100%. That means they don't need you anymore. They don't need anybody to flip burgers anymore. They got robots to do that. You been to Walmart lately? They got some stores in China. They got places, there's no stores you go in there, nobody in at all. They got computer cities. So forth, so on. I can go on and on. China's kicking it, and they have to do that here. But you're the problem. And so, if you're gonna have a event, right, like a major football, what do you call it? What do you call it? Sugar Bowl or something? What do you call it? Football thing, right? In the World Series, if you're gonna have a big game, right, you got to practice, you got to train. You got a big fight, you got to train, right? You don't train on the person that you're gonna fight. You don't train on a team that you're gonna play against. You train on dummies or some similar situations, right? That's how you train. So America's training, they're getting everything in motion to get rid of you. But they ain't telling when you train, you don't show people what you. When a boxer train, you don't show the people how he's training because they know what moves he's gonna make. They keep it secret. If they're out there doing a Sugar Bowl, or what they call it, right? They're not going to show the people how the moves to make. They can't see because they don't want people to know how they're coming from. Same thing. What they're doing right now, they're closing the door on you. They're taking right now, they're putting troops in the cities. They can't do that. It's against the Constitution, but no one's saying anything about it. Trump is daring you to riot. He's daring you to do something because now he can just shoot you down. With the military, not with the police. Not to mention the police officers in this country are being trained as far as Israel. You should ask what that's all about. Why they train them over there. And who's killing the people in Gaza? See, you think is it false Israel doing it? America's doing it, but they can't let you see them doing it because then you might wake up. Who's giving them the guns? Who's giving the bullets? They're just pulling the damn trigger. America's doing it because they can stop it anytime they want to. They just don't give them the bullets, don't give them the guns no more. Or they're just pulling the trigger. America's the one committing genocide over there. They're getting ready for you. They're building these detention centers. Oh, it's for immigrants. No, it's for you. Now they got practice gathering immigrants because they're practicing. But when they pull the trigger on you, they gather you up. And then they can say, recently, he got a pass where he can take American citizens that's in prison, people that's born here, not immigrants, and they can transfer them to prisons in El Salvador. What? Think I'm lying? Google it. So now, who's in the prison? Our people. So now they take all our people and just transfer them down south. They got them out of here. Let's do with them. One of the reasons why they have a problem with Venezuela, because they don't tell you this. Venezuela said they won't take them. You don't know that part. Because that's one to give them. They already got them captive. And the rest, they round up and put in detention camps. Then ship them out, just get rid of you, gas you. And then the other ones, right? You riot or something, you stand and start fighting. They shoot you down. But they could do that now. It's illegal to do it, use American troops against American citizens, but now no one's saying anything. He can do. He put them in all your inner cities. And he's daring you. He's doing all kinds of things now to make black folks angry. He's going to arrest Obama. He's daring you to jump up and start rioting. And then the game is on. All this is preparation to get rid of you. They got to do it. Now, they're doing all kinds of things to keep you distracted. Oh, all these ads now, multiracial, all these movies, black guys starring. They got making $1 billion deals like Kevin Hart. $1 billion deals got his whole CIA unit or whatever. See, they got bathrooms bigger than your whole house. They got Eddie Murphy and all these clowns. They got white spouses. All that to make you think everything's cool. Keep it. See, when you close, you're surprised. You don't want them to see it coming. Instead, you will not see it coming. There, and that's what's going. And you can't tell anybody. These Levites, they ain't getting either. But if they got it, they would be making moves. They're not making any moves. See, they can tell me all they want. Oh, I'm an all. I don't understand English. I want actionless. I'm telling you, house on fire. You said, oh, okay, I'll be there in a minute. Let me finish this last scene. Let me finish the last NFL play. You ain't producing anything. That means you're not committed. Because they wouldn't give. First of all, they wouldn't give me that book because they knew I couldn't. If I didn't have the ability to figure it out. It said it didn't speak to ability. It only spoke about worthiness. So I guess the people that was giving those books, they're not worthy. Because when they give those, what kind of stuff would give somebody a book that they couldn't figure out? What kind of shit is that? No, they could figure. They didn't. So they only fooled themselves. Because they was on the case to be figuring out. They're only fooling themselves. Anyway, I got that. That's it. I'm gonna close now, brothers and sisters. I don't know how I'm saying. Try to figure out just my time. I got to break those books down and put them in a form that they can use. Otherwise, wash my hands and say the heck with it. Right? I can't do sisters like that, but hope you understand. I'm trying to make it as clear as I can, brothers and sisters. That's in preparation. They're practicing. The ICE agents practicing getting you up. They say, "Oh, we're getting that immigrants." They're practicing get you. Oh, they're just killing the Arabs over there, genocide. No, because they can't do it to you. The media's on board with it. How can the media's not speaking against it? Because it's all planned, stage, getting ready to practicing. So when he pulls the trigger, everybody's ready to go. It's going to happen in a minute. It's going to happen in this war. I said when this war resumes, it's going to resume ain't they now? When it resumes, they're going to pull the trigger. You're going to see what I'm telling you is absolutely true. But yeah, you hear Farrakhan talking about it. You'll hear Ben X, so-called son of Aaron, Ban, whatever his damn name is. No, because they're part of the problem. You see? I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I think I'm going to have to, yeah. You see? Okay, let me play this. Then you see them close. See what side Farrakhan's on. Remember, I showed you. Now, what is he saying? Is he on the side of we'll stay in America and on the demon side? What side is he on?
I believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Waterford and I have had disagreement. But his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't you go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
Okay, brother and sis, what side do you think he's on? Just show you the pattern, approximately 50 years. What side is he on? That's him talking. And remember, at this point in time, two sides hate each other because now they recognize it's two different people. So the one on the left side, he would hate the one on the right side. Right? The saints, he would hate the saints. And saints would hate him. Because saints would hate demons. They hate the demons, and demons hate the saints. The chaff hate the wheat, and the wheat hate the chaff. So let's see what he has to say about the wheat. You know why? If you make sense of it. His own words.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you as hell now on both sides. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, we are. That's real. Both sides. That's real. When we were alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets. We owned buildings. We owned farmlands. We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
Say less. He didn't mention him and Wallace tore down the Nation of Islam. Everyone killed it. No one was alive. They killed it. They ripped off all the assets. It leaves with nothing. Right? See? Now he's living off the Nation of Islam. Why is he angry? Both sides, male and female. Who's putting those $10,000 suits on his back, $20,000 rings on his fingers? You know what I'm saying? Multi-millionaire. He's living off of them. Get it? And he hates them. He pay a lot of work, eat their ass. So what side do you think he's on? What side of the coin do you think he's on? What side do you think he's on? This side or this side? Something like that. That's his words. Right? What he be talking about? He's talking about he's messing with the covenant. He's talking about going home. Remember we read about that? He's talking about the messing with the covenant. Getting the Levites home. Right? Joshua. Going back to Arabia. Getting away from these demons. Said, go with the Lord, come with me. Clean up our people. You come full of soap. That means you don't come with soap unless you clean. People need cleaning. The people are shit. Soap won't do it. Just soap will wash them. Right? That means you got shit on them. Why? Because we were these demons. Once we remove the demons, now we're clean. It shines the bright stars of heaven, like it says. That's what he be talking about. Mess of the covenant. Going home. Return home after 40 years. Father said, we're not going nowhere. There's no mess of the covenant. You don't mention it. Joshua, who passed the baton from Elijah to Joshua, from Moses to Joshua. I passed Aaron, he's a Messiah. Okay, that's what he be talking about. Let's move on. Let me play a couple of things and I'll close, brothers and sisters.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee.
Bring him like with Moses, Elijah, and Aaron. No mention whatsoever.
Six. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, to and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all thine heart, and with all thy soul. 3. That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity, and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered thee. For if any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. 5. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. 16. In that I command thee this day to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply, and the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. 17. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shalt be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them. 18. I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. 20. That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
The bottom line here, brothers and sisters, I'm going to close. Is he giving you a choice, life or death? The choice between Aaron and Joshua. That's your choice. That's why it says, next is, go with the Lord, come with me. So they chose Joshua, Lord. Moses came and said, go with the Lord, not with him, with the Lord. Come with me. So you had choice between Aaron Farrakhan, Minister of the Covenant. Farrakhan or Joshua, Aaron or Joshua, Farrakhan or Minister of the Covenant. That's your choice. One's death and one's life. Doesn't matter to me. If you're over there, fine. So that's where separation is about to take place. This separation right here. So I'm going to make this separation. Separated, then become strong, powerful, exceeding great army. They become army too. That's the army of Samson. They're going to tear this country apart. And we're going to fight our way out of here. They're fighting their way in to take control. We're fighting our way out. Regain control of ourselves. That's the choice between Aaron and Joshua. Joshua tells you, that's what, hopefully tomorrow I get to that, show you what you need to know. So no hair on your head will be harmed. No weapon formed will prosper against you. Then the science behind it. You don't need guns. You need missiles, gas, and that stuff. Mature to you, make clear to you. If you understand it, if you apply it. If you don't apply it, that's on you. Nobody's going to cry over it. Anybody's lost, they're lost. So we feel bad about those lost because of lack of knowledge. But those that cause that lack of knowledge, they will pay a severe price. Okay, bro, so I'm going to leave it there. No weapon that's formed against thee shall prosper. Every tongue that shall rise against thee in judgment, thou shalt condemn. That's Farrakhan. You're sinful, you're wicked. No. That voice be condemned. This is heritage of servants of the Lord. They're righteous of me, righteous people. Watch this will be when that war resumes. Watch, don't say what men's heart. It'll be some of our people, because it's going to be a shock. Because anybody familiar with the Injil, if they have any idea, any sense at all, they have some idea of this because they know what they was thinking before they got Injil. So they know the state of people out there. So that's going to be a complete shock to them, different between what they know now and what they will know. And the war resumes. Will the brain be able to take that instantly? But you're going to find your whole world was upside down, like everything you knew was wrong. It's going to fail because you're going to be totally confused. Because everything you knew is totally wrong. Everything. So damn, to me like a deer in his headlights. Black and white. You can snap out of it, and they can't. Okay, I'm going to close, brothers and sisters, and hopefully I'll really get to this tomorrow. This is the gym of your protection. Hopefully I'll get directly to this tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.
We have a lot of that going on, so we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, you know, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the programs. You don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, what, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't, like you, I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaign. I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish? Oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history. except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. In fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law, in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is the lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It's just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, it's American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
It's true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
They evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You don't have one guy in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers. They have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society, because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
Your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments? Right, so your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
If you're rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, the shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization, and so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. So you have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you can wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion, and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country. That's It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation
It's not fun, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there to do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors,
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is not what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people, but this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point, Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros' Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about Black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
But Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe, he literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talking about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure that they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House, shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Community Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk, after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable to say. Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
history of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? Behind the history of the cross: murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorized people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus. They said Jesus cursed black people. They call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, I get, well, not clean up, but make it look more attractive, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. It was a million years ago. It was 20 years ago. It lasted for 400 years. It's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going on in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's a legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population. The genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets. Knowing there was full of disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from seabird animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When it was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught that there was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? Are you going to judge people murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole his land. You murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the brave would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and snatch the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. What's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped our women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. They told them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff they would do. Make one slave defecate and slave and sit and slave up in the mouth of another slave, and then bind it up so they could spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. What's your rap sheet? America? Gog? What's your rap sheet? Magog? Britain? What's your mention? What's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing the ripping off everyone. It's the legacy of Christianity. They've been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war. They finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
ain't gonna make it. Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about that, are you? We ain't going back to Africa. No. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way. Come out of their pagan holiday. When you should be honoring Jesus, you are bunny rabbits. Inviting your children to pay eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of it. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of it. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Of a name, come out of a religion, come out of a culture, come out of a way of life, come out of an educational system. People, and they will put up all the shows of North and they should. Jesus, none of the homes. They stood and said, it is a parent. And the old wisdom. Alright. Watching to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship. And hiding chained themselves bound to death. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they took their stern that ship that brought them to our strange land, and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country, and strange people who have proven to them every vow from their native land that they love. Going to be the West Indies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all this ship that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. When this ship was made of Jesus, this is how that we have always been deceived by the white man. Trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to our off a mental sleep, thinking that we are our way to heaven. This is curse. My brother, this is very hard for the people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and beauty here today. Trying to save the very minute that brought that will. You are not turning your face from your ordinary life and turning it back towards our Christmas house and our home. And it who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your feet. They're trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you in your past. We actions. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There's no justice here for you and me. Why did not you want to be separated and be returned to the Lord? I think that push. They go to your parents on the eastern shore of North crying and praying to God to be returned to that arms 400 years ago. You like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools as now. To live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arm, purification for your son. The white man said you opened. Remember that. How's we gonna make it? Sure, you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Sure, you ain't talking about. No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their way, come out of their pagan holidays, where you should be honoring Jesus. You are buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to pay for some pizza. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What is that? Excuse me. Come out of a name. Come out of a religion. Come out of a culture. Come out of a way of life. Come out of an educational system. People. And they will put up all the shows of North and this ship, Jesus, God of all things, Lord, our Spirit. They stood and said, it is a parent. And the old wisdom. I wanted to return with the hands stretched out towards that ship, and tidings showing themselves bound together. And when they were put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country. Strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be west Indians that they were living with. They were going to be the people that were destroyed. They soon discovered that all mischief that they were being brought here. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us. But this was the name of Jesus. This is that we have always been deceived by the name Jesus. The name Jesus to our a mental sleep, thinking that we all have to leave it. This is church. My brothers, this is very hard for us to people to accept today. Imagine our parents standing in front to return to that native land and people and you here today. Crying to see the best minute that brought in subjection to that will. You and I, coming away from your ordinary land and coming back towards our prison house and and who have destroyed us and seeks to destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your feet. They're trying to make love with the people that destroyed you and your parents. Do you feel? Active. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why did it not do what? he returned to the Lord. I think that take over your parents on the Easter Joe of Northern, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. Or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemned for being such fools. And now, what to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years. They were condemned as fools. When I wanted to be separated, they go to your arm, salvation for your son. So I said to you, remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Someone brought him here. That's the covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now. And we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. So it's been a year now. There was an agreement made from a slave master. Said, your choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. If the original people decided they wanted to give up the inheritance and traded for a place in America. Affiliation with their former slave master. It's their choice. They chose They don't want to go over to Arabia. They don't go over there sand and all that stuff. They want to stay in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with a slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there, and it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations, because they was given 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see, yeah. They got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. He was following this in Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. They stay there, 6 states, right, their own land, and they can make reconciliation with from slave master. They're not devils, they're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, there's some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody paid $1 million. Thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. And you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. Thank you. Thank you, Farrakhan. I mean, this was a year ago. 6 states, thank you, Farrakhan, right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. They're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. We made it. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for massive. You got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago. We left. So we in Arabia. They're still back in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. And now we get reports. So what's going on right now? Let's see. Oops, he says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. So, and now they were big and massive. They came asking to turn the power. Why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states and he prepared you for him. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So then he's big man, master, can you come out and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told them 6 states of promising that he would have prepared them for, right, in schools and education, whatever they needed. But I guess they didn't, because they said, oh, we're not even begging. It's from the master to come and turn the power back on. Then what? This is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these reports in now. A year later. It's like they come in every hour. Power grid failure, right? It's a crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They looked at the farmers when they're doing farmers. Oh. So then, master, what's happening here? How come no? Not crap. It turned out that the rain they gave wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's going. Crop failure. And now, so what's going to happen here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour back's coming in, right? And then they look here and they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? Now, they look there now and all the food's gone. What's going on? She said, what am I going to do here? So what's going on? The house is empty. She said, Master, we need some food. How come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. And you run it. What are you calling us for? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money. Right? You got your own states. So you ain't your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. You got your reparations, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of the inheritance, what you call Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. You know, your brothers and sisters, they left, they took that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on? Now, wait a minute, hold on here. What's calling us for? That's you. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff's coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they were celebrating. And now they're crying, begging the master, we got all these problems here. So wait a minute, that's just what comes about your problems. You have to work those out. No transportation, I mean, no planes or nowhere. I fly a plane and drive trucks and boats and stuff, and you go and get this stuff. What you doing this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and get to train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats, and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you got for? The master, you said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So that if you never pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, eh? No gas. Yes, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was good when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to replace it, the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, house full. And you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he don't pay you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So when they asked the master, I said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you want to have reparations, so he gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there, they left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? Don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? See? I mean, that's what, you know, because I mean, if you're going to set revelation, you should be praying for that, right? So if he was telling you about revelation, you should be praying for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, told him to build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states, and the reparations, apparently you didn't. So now, it tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You run your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? So now we got to protect your money and everything too. No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from transforming that too. That's all economics. So they're going to tell it. They tell all the people, and all the white folks, right? Call the black folks. Now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. It'd be one way or the other. There could be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, and no integration, that kind of stuff. Right? Was it one or the other? So they're there. So they said, okay, right? So they just said, we want to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over here. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money. Right? Transfer your money into gold. And all your dollars into gold. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? They transfer it to gold. And then what happens is what they do is they start just printing money. Which is not printing money. You understand what that means? It's inflation. Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounce, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? You got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. But if you take and print, say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates. Each one, but say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now. You got to connect that to the gold. When you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they work, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. See, so the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, then less gold. You understand? So the dollar is worth 1 ounce of gold. That's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's printing money without increasing your wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. See, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. Still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Pay $1. Hardly worth anything. Otherwise, hey, that's our money. You gotta have your money, control your wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they will do that? You've been a gossip lately? You see what happened to the trees they made to so-called natives kept telling me to fall town because they kept making trees, but then they broke the trees. They took their land and genocide everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have your money's worth for nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you burn it up, so it's worth nothing. You still got gold, and even if they take it, hold on, the money hope to increase again, they use another certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. The $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth $1 million. So you can't buy anything $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is selling, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't have to communications. You don't have to do any of this stuff. You're an engineer, but how should I know anything? Because it's our company. Right? He didn't know how to prepare you. He told you to get 6 days. He told you, listen to me. Right? Now, you're broke. The economy's gone. There's no food, no electricity, no power, anything. It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your hands for that. Then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. If you chose, you stay there. Close the border so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you can call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Farrakhan. Farrakhan. You make the Farrakhan. Right. So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, I come back, man, I come back, work for you, I work for Popeyes, I do anything you want. No, blacks, either they were in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any place, just in that land, and those that you 6 days. And then you're starving, you ain't got no money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Then you see Master Anthony on the phone. He told the guy, you get paid to help you. He finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. So he sitting on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We saw him in Revelation. We saw him that said used car. He turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for BMW. Good. Damn thing didn't work. Now, it's starving. Living in tents. Praying. So what? Anyway. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did, but they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Muhammad said, get a big picture. Leaving, the blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Because they all thought you think they would give you some land to take care of you? They didn't want to do that. They go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million, you know what it was? 17 million, 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that. What are they going to do that for you? They want to get rid of you. So now they have to succeed. Because they close the border, what you going to do? When you want to fight to come out? They close the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. Who's out of here? And those groups that's here, they're gone. And our hands are clean. We gave what they wanted. On anything. God honors contracts. Remember he honored the contract with Jacob. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob. It was Esau's inheritance. And God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. It's all man was promised, you never rejected it. So then you got what you asked for. So they gave you reparations today or tomorrow. How would that scenario not play out like that? What they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. And there'll be so much they can say, okay, we're going to take care of him. And I said, why did they take care of you when he was right here? He's working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8 other stuff right here with David. Because you know they're trying to get rid of stuff right now. Trump's trying to give all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening in America. Wow. Of course, coming there. It's a disaster over there. You know, I just got a call. Oh, really? Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it's something called right there. That 16. They begging us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them? Bring them? Oh no! And he even asked Master Fard Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he's called him and he passed away to Master Fard Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice. Live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe it. They actually sent a message over. Well, they did have communication, but somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. No, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparation, you got your money, you got Pharaoh Conjure here. Yeah, tell them, talk to them, let them straighten out for you. You want to sell your idea, you just sell them. So you want to get reparations, we told you. Right? Soon on by, he was a message to you, telling you, look man, let's go home. You said no, you chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. I guess that's it, is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports. Okay, he says that was a Master Fard Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So that's it, brothers and sisters. Got those ballots that came in. All that came in today. I mean, that came in fast. That's a whole year. Total collapse. They're begging it. Somebody help me. We can't do it. They're Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in. They said, well, if you won't come and get us, we at least send some food. They begged him, please send some food. That's what I'm saying, I'm not sending a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. This guy that in. He says, can you come and get it? Please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, I just got information from the ambassador. He said that he's ready to meet. He says, no. He said, please send some food. He said, no. Go no way. You made your choice. Case closed. Just got that in, bros. It's just, that's not like him.